I said no. Hello, and welcome back to the Streamer Row. It's me, Panacoda Row, and welcome to the Streamer Row, as usual. Hello. So, first of all, let's switch over to the chat and stream. Hey. And Peppy Hex, thank you much for following. Welcome to the Coders Club. 20 hours ago. So, music. Boop. Delete. And doop. Yes. Then we're gonna do a shuffle once. Beep. Okay, there we go. And next song, please. So, today, the usual, we're gonna work a little bit on FicsIt-Cam. No game or whatever. There was no stream on Thursday, so that's why we're gonna do some FicsIt-Cam development today. By the way, we have some changes going on now. So, now I'm not using Rider for Unreal Engine anymore. What happened? What do I use instead? Well, obviously it's Rider itself. It was like, I think 2 weeks ago or something, where JetBrains sent out an email that the public beta ends of Rider for Unreal Engine. And welcome, Parisius! And that the features are now being merged into the early access preview branch of Rider, the normal Rider. And so now I adopt over to normal Rider. So we're now in normal Rider instead of Rider for Unreal Engine. If everyone would, if anyone would actually care, you know, just if anyone cares. So, you get that save issue solved. I mentioned development. I'm modding drywall. Lol. Wait. Modding drywall, is this something you have to do when you're like renovating or building a house or whatever? Is this like a real life thingy, Jake? Modding a drywall? Sounds like so. Real life stuff. Okay. Well, so I'm your podcast for today, huh? Is that what you want to say? And yes, it seems like I have solved the issue. So I'm not quite sure how it was a magical fix. It fixed itself. I don't know what happened, but it fixed itself. Congrats. Thanks. Congrats on solving an issue. Wow. No, you're the competition. Wait, competition? For what? Like, I'm competing against the drywall? Are you saying that? Oh wait, it's you, Peppy Hex. Oh, welcome to the stream. Oh. Oh. Totally. Okay. Well, then there is that, I suppose. So, on the plan for today, so I saw a small issue with I don't know why that happened, but I encountered a random crash with the feeds, so we're gonna have a look at that. So, first of all, I was gonna say, no, how would that be competitive? I'm taking a break. Oh, okay. Well, oh, thanks for investing, for like spending your break together with us today. But, oh, what, right, I got a warm cup of tea, as well as some spezi and some sparkling water, as well as some snacks. For example, a large Toblerone. Yes, a Toblerone. Because Toblerone. Okay, so, the thing is, the So I made, especially since we haven't streamed on Thursday, I made quite some progress over the time. Not as much as last week, but still a bunch. So, for example, I completely remade the command system. So the command system relies now a bit on the, I don't know where actually, there it is. A bit on the reflection system with an auto discovery, also using some C++ macros to spread out some multiple uses there, stuff that I use in multiple different commands. And yeah, so I completely remade how the commands are called in FicsIt Networks. Not FicsIt Networks, in FicsIt-Cam. So I completely remade those. I don't want to talk too much about it. It took some time, but it's not that fancy. It's just that it took some time. I also split up the scene object here in three different instead of just one interface in 3 different instances. There is now the object 3D interface, which is 3D scene object, gives me sub-elements, scene object transform, related stuff, because like just some are actually 3D scene objects. And I also have now added the scene object active interface, which allows to add an active and deactivate function, as well as a get active attribute and a get active type. So what this is mainly used for is like the camera, but cameras are special, so they're handled a little bit different. For example, for world settings, because like only one world setting, a scene object can be active at one point in time. So for that, I have now a central system which manages the topmost active object, you could say, and calls the activate and deactivate functions accordingly. Very important is that like the deactivate functions happen when you switch between one scene world settings object to another world settings object, that first the deactivate of the old one and then the activate of the new one happens. Why? Because the idea was that the world settings object, for example, can store in the activate and deactivate function the previous state, the previous world state, so that I can essentially undo any changes to the to world stuff or other objects we may be manipulate in future, to like when I then jump out of the animation, because then I deactivate the world setting, this world settings manipulation scene object there, that it then recovers the old settings essentially. So that's why I have now an activate and deactivate function to easily handle that within the scene objects, and made an explicit manager for that handles all that sort of stuff. It causes quite some issues. I mean, the whole loading order of the different objects gets quite large, so to prevent any like crazy issues and stuff, it goes crazy and causes here and there some weird behavior in the development process. But that should be fixed out now, so the world settings essentially work. I have an issue with the Boolean attribute though. I figured out, oh, I thought I fixed it fully, but apparently I didn't. So there is something we have to investigate. And I also figured out something on the... so I also made sure that the runtime processes can now be saved. So like the time-lapse cameras can be saved and the camera feeds can be saved. And then in the camera feeds I found a weird issue we're gonna investigate, which is the first thing we're gonna investigate today. So secondly, I haven't added any progress on the background play scene, because like the idea was to be able to animate time-lapse captures as well as the feed cameras, and for that I have to run for that I need to be able to run animation in the background, and this isn't there yet. So this is clear. This is simply not implemented yet. So, but the command can process it. So the command is already aware of this change. So there is the play command, and you can already see there is an optional true if in background, and I have here try get boot from arc optional with a default value of false. That then sets the b background, creates a b background variable, sets it to false, and tries to load it from the arguments, and yeah, and then it passes it into the create runtime into the process here, and then we create the runtime process accordingly. Also did some change in regards of the runtime processes. So there is now so you create a process, you can start a process, you can stop a process, and you can remove a process. Because like previously it was like you start a process, it runs, you stop it, and then you maybe have a freeze, but that freeze was not implemented yet. And instead of a freezing system, I just have like active processes and created processes essentially. And the first state is creating a process, and then you start it, then it runs, you stop it, then you can start it again if you want to, or you just remove it. Rather simple, I would say. Rather simple, I would say. So that's at least the idea. And the next step is, yeah, to let it process there. So as I said, we're gonna investigate now the small little crash I experienced with the feeds. So we're gonna investigate that for now. Okay, and after that we should commit that stuff. Let's do that right away, because I haven't doesn't make much sense to wait any longer. Stage all. Scene object, activation, system, and fixes. And some other refactors, essentially. So, okay, actually, I'm not sure. Do I have... Can I open the GitHub project for FicsIt-Cam? Second. Web settings scene object. I mean, that's definitely done. So that works. No, not to do. Done. And then there's better the scene object handling in editor and runtime. We already have. We also have done that now. So I don't think I will add that to the big update this year. This is just a minor thing. We already have click 3D camera. But right, I think I haven't shown you that, guys. So I will show you that too when we are in game. The clickable 3D camera path. So okay, better scene object discovery, and yeah, we see reordering. So the plan for today is actually, guys, that we're gonna do this here. Yeah, so the plan is that we're gonna do this here: graph view, keyframe selection, and interaction. Graph view, keyframe selection, and interaction. graph view. Yes. And that's also something we're gonna do today. So the plan for today is that we're gonna work on this. I thought I will work on this here as well as the non-attribute details and details panel, but I don't think so. So I think we're gonna work on those two first, which may include some here and there, some mid and major changes to the attribute system. We will see. Yeah, editor settings persistency. That's something rather easy. We should try to implement at some point, just to have this list here filled with dones. Scene center and last viewport settings persistency. I mean, these two are so easy to do. And then there are two nice done tags. I want to have some done tags here. Like, guys, creating such a to-do list is only for this reason already good, because you then see, oh, I have to do that, oh, I have to do that, and you have like a small mental support which says, do that, work on it, do it now. So, yep. So this non-attribute details and details panels is a very easy thing. Particle system scene object, that's a more tricky thing because I have no clue at all how to do it. Like my first tries failed, but I didn't try properly, so this doesn't really count. But I tried at least a bit. I invested like an hour or whatever, and there it didn't work, so we will see. Transform tools, but then like grab, rotate, and then axis lock with X, Y, or Z. That's something very interesting, because this here requires some major look into, requires to create our first proper tool for the interactive tools framework, which sounds very funny and interesting. Add object is yeah, and I mean this here is not really necessary, including the bar thing. It would be cool, but it doesn't add much to the feature set, because like the add scene object by drag and drop from add scene object, this is only really useful when we have the particle systems running. So, Fig edit test. Do I want to go in here? Yes, because I wanted to show you something. Show you guys something. So, first of all, here we have a world settings object, and you can see we got here this jump with the active, and when we reach that point, the activate function gets triggered, and this essentially then activates the usage of the time of day thing. And we also have now tick functions for editor and animation separately to like call these values here essentially every tick if necessary. So yeah. Okay, so we got that. Ah, fuck, I didn't want to do that. Yeah. Reordering, as said, is not done yet, which is kind of sad. So, so we have like enable camera preview. Bam. Okay, so the camera preview here works just fine. So, I'm not sure if you've seen that yet, but like, here you go. Camera preview. Nice thing, which you can enable down here. Okay, so, but now the new interesting thing is, look at that, like these frames in here on the animation graph of the of the camera, they get green directly under the cursor, and that means if I click on it, you can change where the current frame by simply clicking on a 3D camera path. Isn't this amazing, you guys? Isn't that cool? Come on, that is cool, right? 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 It's cool, right? So, yeah. There is that. I also tinkered a bit with the transaction system, which should also work by now. And yeah. So that's pretty much about that, I guess. Okay, so now to the issue I told you guys about. So, I should go into... Wait, no, I need to go in a different editor. I need to go into the OK editor here, because I'm gonna have to change the resolution. I don't want to render it in 4K. I'm very sorry, but my PC cannot handle that. Wait, that's... I mean, we can go with the 1000 by 1000 or whatever. Should I go with 1000 by 1000? Let's go with 1000 by 1000. Oh no, let's go with 720 by 720. Boop. Exit. So if I see, so there is already a feed created. That's how I tested the thingamajig. The persistency of the runtime processes. So I just have to start it, which should be the OK camera. Yep. Also, so first of all, we use the normal windows because the I don't know why, but when I try to record a window here with an image that uses a rendering target texture, Unreal doesn't seem to like the rendering target texture. I'm not quite. OBS doesn't like the rendering target texture. I'm not quite sure why. It just shows some white and black weirdness. So if I use the old version of window capture, but there is a new version of window capture that is which is introduced with a special kind of Windows version, and with that it works to record. But if I use the Unreal windows, it doesn't, or it also records the Unreal window itself, which is not which is not ideal. So I forced it to use the native windows, because then it doesn't record the top bar with the minimize buttons, etc. Okay, so but why did the window now close? Just as a question, why did the window close? I mean, this could be why it crashed. Runtime camera feed. Do we tick? Like, if we are ticking. No, okay, so it recognized it and stopped. Okay, so it properly said yeet and stopped the process. Drachwa X, welcome to the streamer. So the crash was something with our shader resource. So probably because we created the image and that probably got deallocated, and then it did some weird stuff and caused some issues. I don't know, but right now it looks stable. I'm gonna open up the feed again. So like if I see feed start, okay, camera. So here we have the feed. So yeah, we're still working on our T-pose. Oh, and we also have a small issue in regard. It's like there's also issue with the scene recordings that like some gamma settings and whatnot don't work as intended. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this guy fucking kidding me? Do I have a casino basher? Thank goodness. So yeah, well, fixing the T-pose is definitely more tricky, but fixing the gamma and tune map related stuff is more easy. I will gonna investigate at some point later when we added all the rest of the new editor features I plan. What the fuck is X, by the way? There is like... Oh, we're swimming, that's probably why we can't use it. Anyway, we don't care about that yet. Also, I got the play working now, so we're gonna say Fic play okay. So like theoretically the idea was to then be able to use the background, which we cannot do yet, so we're gonna have to run it the normal way, but you can see the camera feed actually uses the proper values as we want to. You can see it's animated. And the idea is that when we run it in the background, that our play feed doesn't really change, but the feed changes. So, but what the feed shows is then different. So at least that's the plan. So I'm not quite sure. It doesn't seem I'm able to replicate the issue I had. But I definitely had an issue where it then crashed and complained about some shader resource, and that happens like when I think the last time that happened was when when the UObject got garbage collected, but the window was still there, and that means also the S image as well as, and then the S image tried to access the image brush, and the image brush was deallocated because that was a direct attribute of a structural attribute from the object, from our feed object. So it then accessed some garbage, some invalid memory, and that caused some problems. So the previous autosave, I think, closed the window. So I'm gonna investigate now. Does the window close? Yes! Why does the window close when the autosave happens? That's not good! Why does the window close when an autosave happens? Does playing the path again reopen it? Do you mean playing the path? I don't think so. Like, playing should not relate to that at all. Well, like, playing should not relate to that at all. The system on how that works is quite different. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, that doesn't work. But I can start the feed, so like it would tick. The feed, for example, would tick if it recognizes it, but that doesn't, because like when the window closes, I say that's like essentially when you click the close button. I don't want it to tick. That would be useless. I wanted to stop the whole thing so we don't waste any resources. So that's why I then said, okay, stop this current runtime process. And it seems like when it does the autosave, it somehow closes the window, and closing the window triggers a proper cleanup like that. So I mean, it doesn't cause any issues, which is good. It's just weird that they get closed. So we're gonna have to investigate that. So how can we do that? Well, I would say let's add a breakpoint there. Then start the feed. Feed start. Okay, camera. Set the guy who crashed the game. Okay, let's see. What happened? Oh no, it's you again. My nemesis! It's my nemesis! No! So I had this issue. So like this issue. I hate that. I hate it so much. It's related, like, this essentially means when this essentially happens when I use the subsequence operator on a map and the map cannot find the given key in the subsequence operator, then it triggers this assertion. And that means something weird happens with a call, with the activity scheme, so. I think it's related because I ran the play, process, and I then stopped it. And wait, that's render. I don't care about the render. Nobody cares about rendering right now. But like I say here, active scenes object manager.
Shut down.
Shut it down, lads! So... we only have like this normal tick here, which is ticking through. It ticks the animation down here after it updated the active objects. Ticks normally through, and at the end here, we then remove the runtime process C, which calls this stuff. And the tick should never be called again. Note the word should. If it does, we probably will never know. So, wait, I'll process character here. So, in here, I like... Oh wait, that's the runtime process character. Yeah, okay, so the runtime process character, I... okay, so it then calls stop process, which then calls like get fix subsystem this remove runtime process, and the remove runtime process then does like the stop runtime process, other related magic, and shuts it down. Gonna start the game again, and we'll try without canceling the animation or actually playing it, so that we can focus on the feed for now. This is interesting. I also hate this assertion because it doesn't, for whatever reason, it doesn't tell me where it happened. And that's so fucking annoying. You cannot imagine how annoying that is. But even weirder is, I don't have many tabs many maps used here. I'm not using many maps here. In the play scene. In the editor, yes. But not here. So like there is one map inside the... It's like... There should be like one map inside the scene object... inside the active scene object manager. So it initializes the thing. Wait, no, wait. No. Not over here. We don't care about that. The object manager Doop. Come on. Like here we have one map. Okay, so if we save now, we've now here our breakpoint, and maybe when the call scope loaded, we can figure out who closed us. Pre-save game implementation. Oh, it's you. Okay. So I did. Okay, that's an interesting thing. Okay, good to know. I didn't thought of that. Damn it. Okay, I haven't thought of that. So how? Huh. Both the victim and the murderer. So, like suicide? Sure. Remove runtime process. So, like, I do not like. Best would be to say, fuck it, we're not gonna do anything of that. But that's not ideal in our case, at least. I think. So, I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess I have to. So, I'm just simply gonna get rid of this here. And then say, like, nobody cares. Iterate over the runtime processes. And then say, like, check, are they persistent? And this then we call the pre-save. And so the magic down here is just like it filters out all the runtime processes that happen to be null pointer, and that happens if like there is a process that was not safe game. So, well, whatever. Maybe I hope this doesn't cause any issues. We will see, I guess. Also, I'm gonna have to check something because I just noticed that again. Like when I scroll in, it's like when I use my mouse wheel. Mouse wheel. Change font size. Ah, there it is. I want it in all editors. Okay, I remembered, like, haven't I changed the font size? There you go. So, okay, I'm gonna close all tabs. That's too many tabs. And what is this here? Okay, so, So there were a couple of things. like I have to there were a couple of things I have to think about. For example, like right now the key, like our whole attribute system is very reliant on things being numeric values. Like even a Boolean is kind of a numeric value. It's a value between 0 and 1. Not between, it's 0 or 1. Which works well for a couple of things, but I then thought to myself, like, especially when you consider, okay, we want to do it sound effects, like particle effects probably will be fine. We can handle. That probably doesn't work different in Unreal Engine itself with enabling one. We then use the Boolean instead, where we can use the numerics and stuff. But like the idea was, what happens? Like I want to also have like animatable actions, like triggering a sound effect or triggering a command or whatever. So the question is, how can we use our current systems to support this functionality? So like one idea would be to use a Boolean and then like with an upward edge, which is totally fine, a totally fine approach, I think. But it's like, no, come on. You can do better than that. So I was considering like changing the attribute system to say like attribute attribute can be numeric or not. And if it's numeric, it has an additional interface to be able to convert to float and not. Because if it's numeric, then it can be represented in the graph view. If it's not numeric, it cannot be represented in the graph view. But like what we're gonna do now, anyways, is that what we're gonna do now is that you have like the different keyframes, and you need to be able to interact with those keyframes. And each keyframe can have settings. And when we say we add a keyframe keyframe view, which is on the planning list anyway, then we do not care about the actual value, about the actual data type inside of a keyframe. We just care where is a keyframe, move it around, interact with it a bit, and that's it. So that's the stuff we care about. So maybe we can change our attribute system a bit in a way that we say it doesn't have to be a value. It can be something else. But like, it's probably rather hard to do, isn't it? Just saying. And very important, the editor attributes with the current values and stuff, they still have to map that properly. So I have to make sure that this mapping also works for any kind of data for any kind of data value. And very important, our keyframe base type. Currently, for example, like we have a lot of stuff is centralized with some central ideas, which is not really cool. So the keyframes behavior may change, and like what they store, the base keyframe interface and the base attributes. Ooh, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Like this could, as everything else, like so many things, like said like, oh, we're gonna implement that a little bit easily, and then it expanded to such a big, enormous thing. So, like the whole editor, well, the plan was to just refactor the code, and I edited up, and it ended up to be the biggest update for FicsIt-Cam ever. So what the fuck? That's the life of a hobby programmer. Okay, so anyway, where we were left off. Yeah, where where had we been left? Oh, right. So, fed. Feed, start. Okay. Camera. We have our feed. Wonderful. Okay. So now we're gonna save. Boop. Save. Confirm. Okay. We have saved. Very important, guys. We have indeed saved. Not just sticks. So I'm gonna load that now. Okay, very interesting. We don't stop the stuff. Like shutting down the system doesn't care. Like at all. Wait, it starts right away again? That's an interesting thing. I mean, can I say pre-save? Can I? I mean, I probably can stop myself then, right? But like in the pre-save, it's not really... this is a bit annoying, honestly. Like, some runtime, active runtime process want to be saved, some not. Like, we have to differentiate now persistency as process and persistency as active process, essentially. Because like our feed, for example, wants to have normal persistency as process, but does not want to have persistency as active process. So we're gonna have to somehow differentiate here. Because this apparently may cause some confusion. What about if we say bool? So this here essentially has to answer, do you want to be saved at runtime 2? And then we say if this is not the case, and then we're gonna say active runtime processes, active runtime process, we're gonna remove process.value. I hope that works. And now to the other issue, because that's probably also one that when we shut down the game, it doesn't care like at all what is happening to like the window, to the windows, to the processes. This is, I would say, not good. So this is an actor. I guess it's enough if so yeah, we already have an end play. So I guess it's probably enough if we go in here and then we just shut down all the runtime processes, essentially. I mean, the active runtime processes. That's pretty much everything we have to do. I mean, at least I cannot think of anything else. And like when we then unload something, when we load a save file, we run the post load. So there we can handle that properly. Okay, so what I meant is we go in here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna iterate over each runtime, over each process. That's actually UFIC runtime process inside of our active runtime processes set, and then we say process stop. Okay, and then we need a character. Wait, or just run stop runtime process. So we're gonna have to store our runtime processes because the stop runtime process changes what's inside of the active runtime process set, and this happens inside of an iterator. The iterator breaks. Not good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a copy of our running processes and set it to the runtime process. So here we create a copy of the set, and then we iterate over the copy of the set, and the original set gets changed. So it doesn't have any effect on the set we are actually iterating over. This takes some time because it has to create a copy of the set. Thankfully, it only consists of some pointers, so it's rather lightweight. But still, it has to do the copy, which is a bit slow. But compared to anything, to any other solution, I think that's one of the fastest approaches for this in this scenario here, at least. Like if we have a large structure in here, maybe tinkering up using iterator loop where you then have an integer and then you decrement the integer every time you run the stop runtime process or something like that is better. Can be the case, but as a different approach is probably then faster. But I think in this case it's just simply more readable and doesn't matter that much because we also don't have that many processes running at one time, like 50 runtime processes running processes. It doesn't differ so much from 20. It's only gets troublesome when we're talking about like 100 or whatever. And I don't think that many people will have 100 runtime processes running at the same time. Like the only person I can imagine who can go up that high is BrainDG, but I also don't think he will go that high. He probably goes maybe with a max of 10 processes at the same time, but who knows. So we will see. We will see, essentially. Okidoki. Okidoki. I mean, as long as this here compiles, we can spend the time on some other stuff. Let's close some stuff here to clean up the file explorer a bit. So we need to go into the UI because, like, what I have mentioned in the stream title is working on the keyframe selection of the graph view. So for that we have to actually go into the graph view. We again have so many different tabs open. This happens so quickly that you have like tens of thousands of tabs open. So annoying. What? No. Okay. So, graph view. Okay. You can see there are a lot of interactions that can happen here. We don't have... Like, we have a couple of attributes here, which is... I mean, it's a bit unnecessary because this heavily actually relies on the editor context to be able to do anything, and it can read those data from the editor context anyway. But same as for the attributes here. So like this is something which is where I need to say I'm not quite sure what the best approach will be to solve that issue. It's not really an issue, but like to make the code a little bit more sensical. To make the code so like it doesn't make that much sense. That's what I want to say. Anyway, so we have a couple of things. We're gonna store here the attributes, okay? Our delegates and some caches we have here. So for example, here we have some delegate handles, and these delegate handles are, I think, like for the update events inside of our attributes. I'm not quite sure. Why do we have actually editor attributes here? I think we only need normal attributes, don't we? For example, this is something we probably would change now, because for example, what is also weird is we are using the keyframe controls, which we use for the details panels and stuff, to preview if something has changed or not. We use that control for the graph view. It doesn't make any sense at all. So that's, for example, something we will change. Okay, so it still crashes here, which is not good. So why do you crash here? So we are not just starting up the game. That's not good. So why are you crashing? So we have a random process. We have a process, and this process starts up. It then has like here a camera argument, and it tries to initialize the capture camera. So it uses the argument to initialize the capture camera, and this here asks the capture camera and then set the camera to the given details, to the given settings. And for this to work, we have to like with the set camera and the get use cinematic, and here we have then the get scene function being called. The question is, by who does the get scene function getting called? Either by this guy, it doesn't seem so. So it's probably get use cinematic. Yep, here it is, get scene. So it then tries to get the scene based on the world context. And in here we try to get the subsystem based on the world context. It's totally fine in my opinion. So that's what we try to do. We try to get based on the world context the subsystem. And the world context is AFIC capture camera. The problem, though, is the get FIC subsystem doesn't return anything. And you may notice this happens inside the post-load game function of the subsystem itself. So maybe the post-load game implementation here is... yeah, that's probably the case. So this is probably not the best way to start the processes back up. So what we're gonna do now is following. We are gonna copy this guy here, and I have to go into the begin play. So the begin play really should happen at the end. Everything should be loaded in and we should be able to get everything we want. So here we convert the deprecated stuff. Here we discover the commands. And here we're gonna resume persisted runtime processes. So that's what we're gonna do here. So here everything should be already loaded. At least that's the idea. So back to our graph view. So this here is something that will be changed very likely. We have set attributes, update, fit all. Some stuff that makes sense. I'm not quite sure what the update does though. Okay, so the update updates all the children, e.g. all the keyframes. Set value range, get value range, set frame range, get frame range. These are just some trampolines essentially. Just some wrapping around the attributes and the delegates. Then we have local to frame, local to value, frame to local, value to local, get frame per local, get value per local, and frame attribute to local. So these are just some conversions essentially, just some value conversions based on the cache geometry, for example, to convert some different values. So that's fine. Now MC, thank you much for following. Welcome to the Coders Club. Not quite sure where. Oh, I was just the only one who hasn't heard that. I guess the monitor is off. Hold on a second. Why do I not hear that? Advanced audio properties. Alerts. Monitor and output. Okay. I should have heard it, but I didn't. Weird. That's a bit sad. Why can't I hear it? What does OBS use as monitor? Audio. Weird. So I don't know what the frick is my monitor and how I set it up. Or where the frick my monitor actually is. Hey, it's not here. Obviously. Decay rate. Ah, there, monitoring device. There it is. Maybe I can hear stuff now, I don't know. Maybe it will, like, shock me when I hear it. I don't know. Okay, so anyway, the game is up. So, and for the graph view, the first thing we then have to do is, as I've already mentioned, that we are able to, like, use the, we need a new thingamajig. Okay, so here's the camera feed, it's auto-resumed, which is a bit weird. Okay, so here we're gonna close our feed now. Okay, so now let me open up the feed again. Feed, start, okay, camera. So we have our feed again. We're gonna save now. Save, confirm, confirm. And now we're gonna load our save. Does it close the fucking window now? Should call the end play, but it doesn't seem to stop it. It did not. Yeah. Okay, so this issue definitely happens because we had the window open and it now tried to paint the S image here. So it then tried to access our shader resource inside of our camera feed, but that got now garbage collected, and that's why it crashed now. So just because our window was open. So why the fuck was our window open? I clearly say, stop the freaking runtime processes. Thanks. Oh, wait, wait, hold. Pre-save game. This is... not how it should work. Okay. I guess we're gonna do it that way. So we have runtime processes and we have persistent runtime processes. Okay. So we're gonna make here a small little difference. So what we're gonna do is so we're gonna, before we save the game, we copy the runtime processes over to the persistent runtime processes, and we're gonna then remove out of the persistent runtime processes all the runtime processes that are not persistent for the active runtime processes. Oh, frick! Okay, so hold on. Not the runtime processes, but the active runtime processes. That's what we actually care about. It's weird. Okay, so that's the stuff we care about. Okay, active random processes, and those are the persistent. Persistent active random processes. Okay. And then this here is active random processes. And these are the persistent active runtime processes. Persistent. Like that. And this here are the old runtime processes. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. So if it's not persistent here in the second form, I'm gonna remove it out of there. And post-load active runtime processes, remove all the null pointers out of it, out of the persistent runtime processes. It just makes sense, because this can happen, and this is just a small little cleanup process, you could say. And here we iterate over all the different things. We initiate the post load for all the saved ones, and we remove the null pointers. But like doing the start happens then in the begin play, where we then say the active runtime processes get emptied out, and we are iterating over the persistent active runtime processes, so that we don't even need to create a copy here. Persistent active runtime processes. There you go. How about that? What do you say now? So, okay, back to as long as this compiles to the graph view. So the first thing is I'm gonna have to add a new class, class sfic. I don't know. Is it a compound or is it a panel? I think it's a compound. So sfic graph view keyframe. I'm gonna call it keyframe, which is public as compound. Compound widget. There you go. We're gonna have to begin with the slate args. Begin args. We're gonna have to provide the sfic graphic keyframe, and then we can directly end the args, because we don't really have any. We have some required arguments, parameters then for the construction, but we don't have any arguments, so to speak of. So let's head in here and start with the public space. So we're gonna go into public, and we have here a void construct where we get const f arguments in args, and we get a ufig editor context. I'm gonna call it in context, obviously. And then we have again a private section where we then store some information we care about. For example, stuff we care about is we want to store the context. So we're gonna store the context here. But other interesting stuff, which we also have to pass into the construction, are attributes. So I want to fig attribute reference. Place a reference to an attribute. So that's the in attribute. And then I also want to have the corresponding frame value. So we have to care about at which frame we're located. So in frame, just like that. Not quite sure how we're gonna do that. I think we're gonna work with the for declaration. Here we don't need to import anything directly. Should make compilation time a little bit faster. So now in here, and it should also print any circular dependency garbage. Good. Okay, so in here we're gonna have to store those values. So now we're gonna store an FIC attribute, but this time we have to make it a pointer and not a reference, because if we want to make a reference, it would complain, because a reference essentially guarantees us that there is a valid reference thing behind there, which is not the case in the case of this thing here. If we make a reference, because then it has to be valid directly after construction, and it means we have to have a valid value available. What a weird sentence this is. At construction, which is not the case, so we're gonna have to make it pointer so that we can default initialize it with like now or whatever. So this is our attribute. Null pointer. I said null pointer. Come on, null pointer. Thanks. Okay, and then we also have to store the frame. Goodies. We are now in game here, and we're gonna say FIC. So we are finally in game again. Feed start. OK camera. So there it is, our beautiful camera. We're gonna save the game. Confirm. Goody good, make good face. And now we're gonna load the game. Loadity load face. And it closed the window. Woohoo! Finally! Wow. So what does... So I hope loading it works just fine and we can start the feed again. So what is the issue over here? Persistent active runtime process. Everything is in a U property. And the persistent one is the safe game one. Oh wait, it's again related to the window. Huh. Even though we have closed the window. I have to destroy the window. Apparently, like closing isn't enough. Do you want to say that? That's not good. So like right now, I say stop, and then I say if the window is given, I destroy the window immediately. But for whatever reason, it seems that this is not enough. I mean, the problem is there is no like slate, application, get, destroy. Okay, wait, there is this. Heck, don't use this unless shutting the game viewport. Don't use this unless shutting down a game viewport windows. Unless shutting down a game viewport. Game viewport needs to be destroyed instantly, or else the viewport could tick and access delete data. Oh, maybe that's why. So I probably have to say like window reset or something. Because I still hold a reference on. I still hold a reference onto it essentially, which is not good. Maybe that's why. Just maybe though. Is there a guide on how to set up the debugger with Satisfactory? You just attach the debugger to Satisfactory, essentially. It's like attach to process. So in Rider for Rider it would be, I think, Control Shift Alt and Delete. No, that's the. No, wait. What is it? Control Alt and P, I think. Control Shift and, or it's Control Shift and P or Control Alt and P. And then this here, and then you can attach to a process you care about, and done. But like I have created my own little subsystem. Not subsystem. I created my own little stuff. So I changed here the configuration, for example, that it automatically builds SML and the different plugins accordingly based on using the UAT. So it then directly packages the stuff accordingly when I run the debugger. And here I changed the settings of how this configuration behaves, that it starts the game with some parameters in the given working directory, and rather than directly attach the debugger to it. And it works really good, so I'm really happy with it, with my setup here. And what you also probably want to do is in your module configuration, you probably want to disable the optimization. So that's something I actually just edited today, because previously I used the Pragma once, the Pragma optimize off and on again, and it was so annoying. But and then I finally came with the idea, like, I probably can change that in the modules settings. And yes, you can. Here it is. Changing all compiler optimizations for your code, allowing you to properly debug shit. So, yeah. Very useful, very useful. So, feed start. Okay. Camera. Save. Save. Confirm. And load. Certainly seem much easier than starting the editor every time. Yes. And you can see, like, I just hit F5 and it starts the game, debugs with the attached debugger and packages everything properly. Oh, it's wonderful. Why the fuck are you doing this crap? Bastard! How do I programmatically close this fucking window? It annoys me. Just send Alt F4 to Windows, lol. No. No. Maybe just for a quick fix, let's change the content to an S compound widget or whatever. There you go, S-box. I mean, with this, I hope the fucking image gets destroyed, and with the image, the other stuff. Also, I know, wait, the brush gets destroyed when the render target should get destroyed, right? I mean, we can reset the brush anyway. S image, no, F slate brush, image brush, camera feed, and Image size. I hope I cleaned up every resource I can think of now. Holy shit. Back to our graph view. So now we have context, attribute, and frame. So let's default initialize the frame with 0. Now memory leaks, it's how the cool kids do it. Just be quiet. Just be quiet already. So let's construct the freaking keyframe here, where I have no clue how to do it. Yay! Now I have kind of know that I'm gonna steal some code from over here because we don't need it anyway over there. Boop. And paste. So image. And then we have color and opacity. Handle brush. Instead of the style. Wait. Ah, fuck, it's the keyframe handle. No. We don't care about the keyframe handle. We care about this guy here. Ooh, that's a bit larger. That's what I want to see. And my goodness, that's switch case. Okay, so keyframe view. We're gonna have to investigate on the handles later on. For now, this. So children at this is not the case. Wait. Yeah. Wait, no. Huh? Wait, what? Huh? Oh, because wait, did I make the keyframe control not a compound widget but an S panel? I actually made it a freaking S panel. I don't think I want to make it an S panel. It doesn't fit with me. It kinda doesn't fit with me to make it an S panel. It seems not right. But it also does. It actually has to be an S panel, which annoys me a bit. Okay, yeah, let's make it a freaking S panel. I'm not proud of it, but there you go. And now be quiet. Leave me alone. I didn't do anything. Okay. So, in game, again, the usual. We're gonna start the freaking fed. Oh. Okay. No. Okay, camera. Ow. So here we go with the OK camera. We're gonna save the game. Boop. Boop. Boom. Bow. Load the game. Pew. Boing. Pow. Okie dokie. We will see. Doodle-doo, 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 ba-bow, ba-loo. Yay! Hooray! Wow. Oh, finally. My God. Good. Fuck! My nemesis again! My fucking nemesis. I hate you. I closed the window, so success. Yeah, but not if I do it by command. For whatever reason. It's choking, right? It's choking, right? It's mocking me. I kinda can relate to this, yeah. So... nobody cares about a double click. This will change anyway. So we have an editor context attribute in graph view. Here it definitely cares about it being an editor attribute because it cares about the current value. But in the graph view it doesn't anymore, so that will change. Well, anyway, what does it have why does it have an on paint here? Oh, for the graph for the handles. Okay. Yeah, it has a frame, style, attribute, graph view. Why is this an attribute though? Oh yeah, okay, that's not the actual keyframe frame, or is it? I'm not sure actually. Whatever, do I have to carry out? I don't think so. Okay. Back to business. So we have a main handle. And the main handle wants to know about the keyframe. And then according to the keyframe, it wants to display different tooltip texts depending on the keyframe type, essentially. So it's kind of understandable. I would say dot FIC attribute. Okay, wait a second. First of all, we're gonna have to copy some data. So we have here now context equals in context. Wait, that's not how it should be called. This should be context. So then we have attribute equals pointer to in attribute, and frame equals in frame. Mathematical. Okay, and here we probably have to include I want to get a freaking keyframe. There is next keyframe, previous keyframe, and then there is keyframes. Get the keyframe. What did? Boop. Frame. Mathematical. Okay, with that we should get the frame, right? Like this, you should return a ref, and then we should get a keyframe based of that. Cool. And then we can check: is it an ease? Is it an in-out? Is it linear? Or is it step? Or is it default? Anyway. Actually, not anyway. I'm gonna make that. So we're gonna say t-shirt ref pointer boop, find instead of subsequence. Boop, 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 pow. A lot of stuff is happening here. And color and opacity, for example, we do not care, because like this here cares about has changed and whatnot, which is not the case in the graph here. Like there is a keyframe at a specific point in time, and we visualize that, but we do not care what the current point in time is. So like the keyframe control shows the keyframe status of an attribute at the current frame. But like the keyframe thingy-majig display for the graph we are creating right now doesn't do it. Doesn't have a changing frame value essentially. It stays at the same place. So we can get rid of this. But we care about the image, because the image depends on the keyframe type. So here we essentially use the same stuff as above here. So we say, yo, we're gonna get a t-shirt ref. This is going to be a pointer, and we get that based on the attribute. And we ask about all the different keyframes, and then we'll say, okay, let me try to find one based on a given frame, and then we get like a pointer out of it. And if the pointer is invalid, that means we were actually not able to find a frame based on that. So we're gonna use the default brush. I mean, obviously. And after that, we're gonna switch over to the keyframe type. And then, but like if the keyframe is valid, if the point is valid, we don't access this reference in here, and then we're gonna ask about the keyframe type, and then like iterate all the different keyframe types. Yay! But before we're gonna do that, fixed. So we apparently need a style. So there is apparently a style thingy-majig, so we're gonna have to access that. For that, we are gonna have to have an attribute that can handle the keyframe style. So style. Boop. Then we go to our graph view, and this is the only argument we actually have. So we have here slate, and then there's like style argument, and then it wants like the arc type, which is keyframe control style, and it's called style. And we get anti-attribute style out of it, and I think it references a this is a const reference then. So if we go now into our construction, we can then say like our style attribute equals from the in arguments args style. You can see, okay, this is const F keyframe control style. Wait, is it an attribute or is this like, or is it just a pointer directly? Oh, it's just a pointer directly. Huh. Okay, it's just a pointer directly, so it's not even an attribute. This is interesting. Well, okay. I mean, why not? Well, there you go. Happily being stylish, I guess. I made a joke. We need a default style though. So we somehow need to reference default style. The question is just how. Well, via this complex thingamajig, this is not how stuff should work, so this is probably just some stupidness. Yeah, but I have a separate list and to-do list entry for this, so which is like reworking how editor style, like redoing editor style, exposing everything into the VFS so that we can change the things there. But before we can do that, that will take some time, you know? Yeah, it takes some time. Holy smokes, we don't need anything of that. Okay, so there is apparently some way in here. Yeah, there's this static default style thingamajig. This is utter boring. Whoa, I didn't expect that. Is that public? Is that publicly available? So like, can I say like S keyframe control and then like default style? Would be rather useful in my opinion. So apparently it's not, as it seems. I mean, it's a static function. Members inaccessible. Can I make you accessible? Please. Thanks, I guess. Okay. So now we have a style. So that means this here should become more happy. Goodies! Okie dokie. Nexty. Inside of the keyframe control. I mean, this by itself here has apparently some issues. Yeah, okay, from handle. That stuff, okay, yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna do that, gonna do it too, so. Keyframe control. So this here is now the graph view keyframe. It has some issues apparently. Implicit default constructor is not available because find children needs to be initialized. Yes, makes sense. Okay, so that means S FYC graph view keyframe. Boop beep ba doop ba boop boop boop. And we gonna generate a definition, and then we have to create the children, and it needs a reference to the parent. I'm too stupid to write children. Great, I love it already. There you go. Now please be happy. Thanks. The keyframes thingy. Okay, so wait, this here's children. So that's the main child, you could say. So like the main handle. It's also assigned as such. Good. And after that, so like over here. Dude, come on. Shift tab. Unindented, but it's indented. Thanks. What the fuck was that? Okay, so we check like the keyframe, the next keyframe and the previous keyframe. Depending on if we have handles, we then have to edit the from handle and the to handle and edit. Okay, so I want to make that a little bit more slatey, using a little bit more a little bit better the declarative syntax here. So this here is assign new, like that. And then is out handle, style, and that's how you add a child nowadays. Boop. Boop. And this here is the from handle. No, the to handle. To handle. Or like, I should rename those to in and out handle. Because that's how I called it at the other places. Assign new, and this here's the out handle. Or from handle. So we're gonna refactor that and call it out handle. No, it's the in handle, not the out handle. In handle, there you go. And out handle. Nice. Boop. And yeah, probably better if we're gonna put the assign also down here. Yep, something like that. That looks good. That looks good to me. And then we're like, is out handle? I'm not quite sure about that. If I like this here, it's probably better if we would create an enum or whatever to make it a little bit more explicit, you could say. Gonna leave it for now though. Next keyframe. So for that we just simply access the attribute we get, like that. And then we have like frame as is. That's not an attribute, nothing, just frame. Give me the according stuff and I'm happy. Next, we have here keyframe. So probably this keyframe essentially. The question is, do we actually get or have a keyframe here? Because if we don't, well, that's an issue. But if we do, great. So for now, we're gonna say, okay, this is a t-shirt ref, if it's a keyframe, a pointer to one, and then we say we're gonna access the attribute just as we all know, and then we say, give me all the keyframes, and then I'm gonna try to find a keyframe based on our current frame, our frame of our attribute. Wow, okay, and yeah, maybe it fails. I know it's so exciting, but can always happen. Get next keyframe. Okay, it indeed returns a pointer. That's very important to know about. That's something very important to know. There is also next keyframe time. The question is, do we need that? I mean, we just reference it here, but we do not use it in here. Okay, but we have to pass it into the... That's probably... Okay. We have to pass it in, that's why they exist. Anyway, down here we use the keyframe as is, and we're gonna reference it as is. Just like that. Woohoo! Okay, yep, that's good. That's really good. So, that seems to work just fine, I guess. By the way, I mean, we don't need that stuff, right? So let's use an underscore there instead, and then use it just simply over there, so... Oh, fuck! I made the wrong thing in an underscore. Those here have to be underscore. And then I'm gonna make that underscore here. And then we're good to go. Just a small little placeholder. Next keyframe. Local variable is only assigned, but never accessed. And previous keyframe. Declaration assignment can be joined. Yeah, that's true, but that doesn't look cool. I mean, and we also don't... Wait, why do I haven't checked for the next keyframe? We do not need a next keyframe. Nobody cares about the next keyframe. We just care about keyframe and the previous keyframe. But why are they wrinkled? Local variable cannot be made const. Can be made const. Oh, okay, yeah. Nobody cares. Goodies. That's good. That's good. Progress, guys. I love it. We have done some progress. Show handles is false. I mean, there is no show handles anymore. So, and we also don't need a graph view here. So, okay. So we store here apparently a style. You do you, but we do not need a graph view. Nobody cares anymore about a freaking graph view. As well as, like, show handles. Nobody cares about show handles. Bam. No graph view. Nobody cares. We care about frame, and we care about the keyframe control, but we don't care about the handles or the graph view. Just like that. Cool. Updated. That's great. Updated is always good. So... Graph view. There is not much more about it. At least in this case. So like up here we have like wait, this is S panel. So there is like a function which is the get children and the on-arrange children and the computer side size. And the paint too. So these functions we care now. So we're gonna copy those over essentially. So here we do the private attributes, and then we get down here where we do some public stuff. We put our own paint, computer size, get children, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. So this is all part of the yes widget. I think literally everything. I'm not quite sure everything, but I think. Or maybe the get children stuff is an S panel. I'm not quite sure. Generate. I did something wrong, didn't I? No, I didn't. Okay. Compute desired size. Generate definition. Get children. Generate definition. So this here just simply returns pointer to children. There is nothing like. It doesn't do anything else. Compute desired size. I mean, it probably get desired size. So that's about it. On arranged, like the handles are then actually like outside of the bounding boxes. That's intended. Nice, raiding the children. What? What? And unarranged children. You said that, lol. I did? No, I think I... Arrange, not raiding. Reading? Children, maybe? Doesn't matter! Okay, so compute the side size. Yeah, get this, okay. Get children, okay. And then there is like this on paint here. So I'm gonna copy that on paint over because yeah, like, it's necessary over here. It's simply necessary. Okie dokie. Boop. There we go. We're gonna investigate in a second. Before that, unarranged children. That's more interesting. As you can see, holy shit, I didn't expect that to be that much code. The fuck? Okay. Cobbledy copper. Cobbledy two. Pasty paste, make pasty face. Okay, so like there is like a child of such shit. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. We definitely have handles. We are from the graph view, so we definitely have handles. Copy pasta yada yada. Copy pasta yada yada. Boop. 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 So, timeline per local. That's true. So our graph view keyframe cares about the graph view. So that's something you have to pass in the construction here. So we actually don't care about the... Do we need the context? It's probably more easy to access the context, but we actually don't need it. But we care about the graph view. So in graph view, instead of context, we're gonna store a reference to the graph view. It's not much. It's not a big deal. So boop. In graph view. Graph view equals in graph view. And we're done. Goodies. Now, unarranged children. Get frame range, get value range. So now we have the frame range and the value range. We have a timeline per local and timeline and value per local, which will be calculated here. Can we... Does the graph view itself have such functions? Get frame per local and value per local. It does. So can we please rely on that? Where do we actually use it? Value per local. Graph here. Now we don't have to store it ourselves. Calculate it ourselves. Graph view. Get frame per local. Oh, okay, and this here is like... F vector 2D, not 3D, 2D, offset adjust, and we don't even need those, so we just need the offset adjust, plug it into over here, and we're good. Cool. So now there is like the from handle and the to handle, which is not the case. Like the from handle is the in handle and the to handle is the out handle. So this is just a bit renamed now to in and out instead of to and from. In handle, to shared ref, in handle, desired size. Out handle, out handle, out handle, out. Looks actually directly quite a bit better than before, I think. So, and what about this keyframe here? Get in control, get out control. I guess. I mean, I use this so often. I'm gonna make make a function out of it, and then we're good. That's probably the best. So, if I just simply scroll a bit up and then, like, say, I'm gonna make here a t-shirt pointer, Fic keyframe. And like get keyframe. Right? Was it an Fic keyframe? Yes, it was. Okay. I have to include it though, because we're in a t-shirt ref. I think there I have to include it. Okay. So now we can use sketch keyframe. Generate the definition pretty quickly though. It's easy. It's easy to do. So we're just gonna grab this here, and then instead of doing that, we say t-shirt ref that, and we say attribute get keyframes, all based on our given frame, and if keyframe is valid, we're gonna return keyframe. And if that's not the case, it's a bit more logical, at least in how I usually code. I'm gonna make it a bit in this way. Return null pointer. So if we have not found a keyframe, return null pointer. Otherwise, return the keyframe. So what's the matter? What's the matter? I don't... Cannot initialize local variable keyframe of t-frame with... Oh! Not subsequence operator. I need the find function. There you go. Okay. So now I can just use get keyframe instead of whatever that is, and I use it over and over again, and now I can just say, yo, give me the keyframe. Yo, give me the keyframe. And yo, give me the keyframe. Thanks. Much easier. See, I also need it down here. I need it over there. And I also need it up there, so yeah. Get keyframe. And you can see it requires me to do this weird looking stuff, and here I just say get keyframe, and it works straight away. Good. Ta-da! As easy as that. So what's the matter here? Oh, because it's const. Can we make the keyframe function const? I think we can, right? Should be able to make it const. Shouldn't be an issue. There you go. Yep, that worked fine. Cool. Cool. So everything that is left seems to be our on paint, and that we take the keyframe handles and put it from the keyframe control over to our graph view. We then change a bit of the keyframe control because we make it a compound. We make it a compound widget instead of a panel. Doesn't make any sense because the panel was necessary for the keyframe handles, and the keyframe the normal keyframe control doesn't have it anymore. So, yep, we can scrap that, which is nice. So for now, let's fix the paint function, and then I'm gonna try to debug again because we had some issues over here with the feeds. I'm gonna check out if that's now fixed or if we can debug it a little bit better. So anyway, for now, here we have the keyframe. Nobody cares. We don't need this. We just care about if the keyframe is valid. So get keyframe, bam, and done. Then get keyframe in control, get keyframe out control. See, for example, this stuff. This here heavily implies we have a numeric value stuff here, and that can be converted to floats. And this is something every attribute essentially has to have, because every attribute has this get keyframes function, and this keyframe base then has this in-out functions, in-out control functions, and that means like all of every data type that can be animated requires to have the in-out control functionality for some Bezier interpolations. It doesn't have to be able to do Bezier interpolation, but it has to have the functions for it, which is stupid AF. So what would be better is if I say I'm gonna scrap that, or not scrapping it, but like put it into an interface or whatever, or use a bit of some better class hierarchy so that the base keyframe type really doesn't do much. It really doesn't do much. Maybe gives us a widget or whatever to be able to control it. But not that you have to do this here. It's just doesn't make sense, you know? Well, anyway. So, do we have an in handle? If that's the case, we're gonna add a plot point. If we don't, well, we ignore it. Do we have an out handle? We add a third plot point. In between, we have a plot point at 0, 0. Okay. And over here, we have the weird styly thingy-majig. Just like that. That's the goodie. Maggie goodie face. Okay. Now we have one issue all the way down here, apparently. Graph view. So first of all, this here is now inside of the graph view. We do not want that. So this here will be now SFIC graph keyframe. And this relies on this. And on a lot of different others, and on other stuff, on like the attribute. It needs the frame, so it needs keyframe key. And on what relies it else? Construct function all the way up here. Graph view, attribute, and frame. Okay, nothing else. So that's the stuff it needs. So that means it doesn't need a frame here, it doesn't need a graph view, and it doesn't need show handles. It's all in there. So it probably complains that it's like cannot convert t-shirt ref s-fic keyframe to t-shirt ref keyframe control. Children. Slotless children. S-fic graph view keyframe. Whatever demon stage 0 means here. Oh, okay, now fixed. And this here is graph view. And then there is like get frame. Okay, that makes sense. We're gonna add an accessor for that, as well as for the get attribute. What also makes sense. Though this here will be a reference, because we promise it's just some getters essentially. So fig frame, get frame. I mean, it's so simple. I'm not even gonna put it into the CPP file. I would just leave it in the headers, so the compiler can inline it if he wants to, because we literally don't do much here. And attribute, right? Attribute reference, get attribute, and then we return dereferenced attribute. Like that. Oh. I mean, instead of this stuff, then I can directly use the get keyframe function here. We are already used to it. Like that. Hooray. Goodies. I'm happy with that. I'm really, really happy with that. So now we have the new keyframe here. So now we're gonna copy over the handles. I mean, we just changed them a little bit. They're just refactoring them essentially, because I don't think there is much we have to change in regard of them. So there is again a style. Okay, we can leave that. This is a slate attribute though, so we're gonna change that to a style argument, because it makes just simply more sense. And then there is this is out handle thingy. Yeah, okay. Gonna leave it in. So there is sfic keyframe control, which is not the case. So this is graph view keyframe, and then this is just we're just gonna call it keyframe. And down here we have this. So I said, okay, I'm not happy with that. We're gonna change that. There is some weirdness happening with public, etc. So this here's gonna be private, where we have this thing and where we store our style, like that. Gonna initialize this here with null pointer, otherwise the stuff would not be happy. Boop, and false. And here we're gonna make the S-widget stuff again public. This is almost button down, drag detected on cursor query. Okay. This is fine by me, I guess. Okay. And over here we get the keyframe control, which is not what we want. What we want is graph view keyframe. Okay. So let's add the construct function, the mouse button down function. Convert to tailing return type. No. Fucking kidding me? It's king, right? Oh, heh. I think I got it now. It's probably because the stuff is already inside of here. Okay, first of all, keyframe control. Let's patch some things up here. So this here is gonna be now a compound widget. Because a compound widget already does the like one child, having one child, you can then define and construct, blah blah blah. So we don't have to do that anymore. So we don't care about the computer side size. We don't need that. Get children. You also don't need a normal paint because that was just to drawing the handles, and we don't need an on-arranged children. We only care about button down, up, double click, drag detected, cursor query, get frame, get attribute, that sort of stuff. So then we have like frame, style, context. Wait, we don't even need a drag detected. We don't even need a drag detected. Do we need a cursor query? I think we need we may need a cursor query, but we don't need the other stuff. We need an attribute, yes. We care about the context, I think. And we have a frame, and yeah, I'm gonna put that here also, not in public, what the fuck. And then we have like get frame and get attribute. That seems pretty logical to me, at least. And there is not much else we need, actually. So keyframe control doesn't have much else. It cares about the frame, cares about the style, and we get some stuff in the here, edit the context, attribute, and that's about it. And this frame here is like the current frame. I think, no wait, is it? Yes, it is, yeah. Okay, keyframe control. So this here does some... Gonna clean up here. So keyframe control style, we're gonna stay at this because it does here some stuff. And as said, I'm gonna refactor that at some point, but not now. So then there is like keyframe handle stuff. So the keyframe handle stuff is some interesting stuff we want for our GraphView CPP over here. So I'm gonna put that in here. Like that. Ah, and that's why the construct was the only function we were able to generate an implementation, because the signature changed. Over here, the signature didn't change. Got it. Okay. Keyframe control. So, and then we have here keyframe control, but we don't need it. So we can completely scrap all the keyframe control. No, wait. No, that's not that. No, don't scrap everything. Holy shit. No, no, no. But we can scrap a lot of things. We don't need that. We do not care about the graph view. We have a frame, we have a style, and we have a context. Okay. And this here is like child slot now, and we can set it to something. We don't care about main handle or whatever. It can do everything it needs dynamically, so we don't need there to specifically we don't need to store it. We don't have a paint function, we don't have an arrange function. We have an all mouse button down though, all mouse button up too. We also have a double click, and we have a direct, and we don't have a drag detect, because you can see it's only important when we have a graph view, and that we only have a graph view when we are inside of a graph view, and that's not the case, so we're gonna scrap it. Cursor query is just grab hand. No, I'm gonna delete that. I mean, maybe want the pointer thing. I'm gonna leave it for now. Okay, was double click. Nobody cares. We don't check anything here. We do not care. Double click is double click. That's the motto nowadays. it does then the double click here. Okay, so our mouse button up is here, was double click. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Get affecting button. Actually, no, this almost but was double click is then actually interesting. I think. Maybe it is, I'm not quite sure. So we don't care about the handles here, so we can get rid of this here. But if it hasn't changed, attribute remove keyframe. Otherwise we set the keyframe. So that's a singular click essentially. And that's the right mouse button click, so opening up the context menu, and this here is essentially the context menu. Okay. Was double click. And then there's like checking with the graph view, which is not the case, we don't care. So it means almost button down is we are not caring about, which is very interesting. So as I have read for the interactive tools framework a bit, there was also a little bit talk about some interacting with the editor and what a click actually is, and that was a very interesting thing I never thought about. So like question, what is a click on an element? So you can like register a mouse button down, you can register a mouse button up, and you can register a mouse button double click right now in Slate here easily. But there is not a function that allows you to easily register a click. And what a click is, this guy actually explained really well. So a click is when you say you press them, you press the mouse button down over the widget and you release the mouse button over the widget, over the same widget. But if you move the cursor out of the widget and release it, then it's not a click anymore. Then it is then it's not a click. You have essentially cancelled the click operation. This is such a small detail, but this crazy, and I'm not quite sure how I'm like. Do I have to do that then every time I self here? I gonna do care about stuff like that probably then with the style refactor, but not right now. Not right now. It seems like we have fixed the keyframe control 2 now. So now we're gonna fix this stuff and then we're gonna try to debug because I forgot about it. This is not keyframe control anymore, so this is just keyframe equals in keyframe. We have in out handle and style. Is out handle and style. Okay, that's good. And then there's like style. This is not an attribute anymore. This is just a simple pointer. Goodies. On mouse button down, drag detected. On drag detected with the is mouse button down. Yep, that's fine by me, I would say. Construct. Do I have anything else left? So is out handle. The problem is the style argument doesn't have a defaultly set value. I'm gonna change that now pretty quickly. So style, and then I say sfic keyframe control get default style. Oh, what was the default style? Okay. As said, I'm gonna refactor that at some point, but not right now. The whole style handling and, as said, some minor UX and UI related things. Good. Okie dokie. It seems that everything is in there now. What I wanted to have in there now. So let's run the debugger. that I can finally test this small little change in feed. I don't even remember what I changed here. If I changed anything. Stopping, right? It was right, so there was something in the stopping function here that for whatever reason crashed the system. Okay, and the keyframe drag and drop. So this is graph drag drop, keyframe drag drop. So first of all, we're not working with keyframe controls anymore. We're working with graph view keyframes. And why are those not references? Why are those pointers? There was I remember there was once a weird issue we had. So maybe that's why, I don't know. And this here is not keyframe control anymore, this is just keyframe. Oh, right, and the keyframe handle by itself also has to be renamed to graph view keyframe handle. There you go. Okay. Yep, that's fine by me, I think. Then we have keyframe, get attribute, keyframe, get frame. Bruh. I can see the disappointment here. I mean, it's not key. It's a graph keyframe, you could say. I'm gonna rename it to graph keyframe. Graph keyframe, get keyframe, keyframe. As said, I'm gonna change this here. So this here right now using editor attributes, but it doesn't make much sense. We don't need the current values. We now need those. So what I'm going to do is, I say we only care about the actual attribute bases. The actual attributes. Pointers to them, because like T-arrays don't like the references that much. Okay. So just attribute. Okie dokie. And best probably if I somehow... I mean, I don't need a keyframe control anymore. Slate color brush, types, events, keyframe. Okay, no, I need it. I need a keyframe control because of the style. Okay. But we definitely don't need an edit, like we don't need edit attributes anymore, so we just need the normal attributes. Even though we're inside of the editor, but we don't need the edit attributes. We need the normal attributes here. Because we have graph view. Okay, gonna make it everything pointer because we mostly use those here and not other stuff, and not via reference. We use it mostly via pointer here, so why should I bother with something else? So yes, obviously keyframe control. This is not the case, so this is now graph view keyframe. And I think there you go. Now t-shirt ref. This is also not an editor attribute. It's a normal attribute pointer. Thanks. Goodies. Goodie make good face. Back to the graph view. And not a keyframe control. This is a graph view keyframe. Ta-da! Value to local. Wait. I don't have conversion. I don't have conversion functions for those in the attributes. The fuck? I don't have a get value function in there? In an fig attribute? Wow. This is disappointing. Holy shit. Okay. We want a frame float for this. Get value. And this gonna be fake value. Thanks. No return statement. I mean, I don't care. Now everybody has to have it, but whatever. I mean, we only have like 2, 3 guys who really need it. There's like keyframe rule, and then it does some stuff here. So come on. Kidoki. Maybe get float value for now. It should do the trick. Override. It doesn't do much, so get float value. Definition. I mean, this guy is, for example, it should be really easy. So I say get value time. So I get a Boolean, and then based on that I say, like, is it true? Well, this. Is it not true? Well, this. Ta-da! And then there's also like this guy here. Who has some stuff going on where like this is literally the same. So train definition, and then it just says return get value time, and you're already good to go. So yeah, whatever. Nobody really cares. And then there's like a group attribute and position and rotation based upon the group attribute, and the group attribute just simply doesn't care like at all. Is similar on the keyframes. That shows the problems with the attribute system right now. Just sim return 0.0. Okay. Good. Then this is implemented and fixed, so I should be able to say get float value based on that, and here you go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Find keyframe control. Get attribute, in attribute. What is an attribute? An attribute is a pointer, and child keyframe get attribute. Probably it's better if we're gonna do it that way. Probably internally it probably doesn't care at all. So whatever. Let's scroll a bit up. So here I have some weird things. So yeah, just removing this and that and a bit of this and a pointer, and then we're good. Something like that, I guess. Boop. Copy, 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 cop. Boop, 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 boop. Pew. Boop, 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 boop. Pew. Boop, boop, doop, doop, doop. Goodies. Next. It's just some minor changes. There is not much to it, thankfully. The attribute is your pointer. There you go. And we have here attribute get value. Well, get float value in this case. No! Wait, what do you want? What is your issue? Expression. T-shared ref. Effect attribute. Effect attribute. Attribute? Is effect attribute. Wait, hold on. What was it previously? This was get attribute. And this you're supposed to return a pointer to an attribute. So what's the matter with this? I don't quite get it. I mean, do you want a reference? There! But you're also not happy with that. It's not happy. That makes me not happy. To me, it seems it wants a reference. Being honest. Oh, now you are happy. Previously you were... Oh, no. Failed expression is ill-formatted. I don't know what it wants from me. Effect attribute. Reference. ATTR. Dereference. Attribute. ATTR. Huh? Why? Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Are you happy with this? This? It seems like it, okay. Let's go with that then. Attribute pointer. Wonderful. Attribute graph color. I want to cry. I wanna cry. That's really something I cannot. That's really something I cannot add to the normal attributes. It's not a day. It's not a. It's not the kind of data a normal attribute should hold. So that means I literally have to undo all the changes I just did here. Okay, it's just up here, which is calm. Well, okay, the rest seems to be more happy about that, about the changes. Whew, okay, drag and drop. Graph keyframe drag and drop. It pretty much doesn't care at this point. But a share point of an FIC attribute definitely. Oh wait, no, it does. Okay, keyframe. So that's fine by me. Handle also fine. Let's tune into the CPP file and have a look at the changes. I mean, we have to change heavily this stuff here anyway, so it's not that big of a deal, but still. Find keyframe control based on a given attribute. So we say graph keyframe. SFIC graph keyframe with SFIC graph keyframe. And then we try to get the attribute. And based on that, we try to find the keyframe control. And this find keyframe control uses this here. I want to add the second find find keyframe control. This time using attributes. Because we're gonna use attributes in the graph view keyframes. There we go. Okay, now we have this, so we can just essentially copy that. Copy. Actually, we don't need the above thing, so we just have to get attribute, and then we say like get attribute, and then if that is the same with that guy over there, then we're good. So that means so this guy here essentially just returns find keyframe control, and it's like, and then says like attribute get attribute. That's really all there is to it. So Oh, and frame. So, yeah. Okay. Drag and drop. Can you function now? If it is a pointer. Seems like it. The t-shirt point. When this is ref keyframe, and it doesn't have to be a ref, so this two-shade ref is completely useless over there. I probably had it because graph keyframe once was a shared ref, but it's now a shared pointer because due to other issues apparently. I don't quite remember. So find keyframe control. This returns a t-shirt point keyframe control. That's not the case. So this here definitely has to return graph view keyframe. So this is 100% the case. This doesn't change. It has to use graph. Boop. Boop. Did I undo that too over here? No. The children over here are the same. Okay. So it should work fine, I guess. Okay, back to the drag drop. Good, seems to be fixed. Fixed frame, fixed value. Frame value. So it wants. So graph. Okay, wait, I'm a bit confused. So get attribute. Why is it cast to an integer though? Oh no, okay, I guess why. Because we don't want to care about so many things. Okay. Back to topic. Get attribute. So get an attribute and get float value and then like ref keyframe get frame. Is that what you want? Seems like it. Okay. Next. Why do you need the context? Change active keyframe. Why do you need? Because change list. So the graph keyframe should get a context which we then can access. But over an accessor, please. Actually, we're referencing the graph here, so maybe we can do it that way. But okay, let's go back and no, not this back. I'm gonna go to the graph view. So up here we have the graph view keyframe, and then we have a bit of stuff here. Ufig editor context, get context, and we can say we're gonna return it based on the graph view. Okay, we have to do that in a CPP file. Come on. Okay. Return graph view context. Okay. Keyframe handle. So the keyframe handle, it doesn't reference. No, it does. Keyframe. Okay, but we need an accessor for it. If we don't have one. It doesn't seem like we have one. Okay. SFIC graph view keyframe. Get keyframe. Well, let me just say return keyframe. Better if we say graph keyframe to reduce up the confusion. Also gonna change it here to just to prevent some confusion from happening. Okie dokie. Drag drop. So what do you say about that? We have now keyframe control. Get graph keyframe. You get that, and you can directly say get. Get graph keyframe. Get graph keyframe. Keyframe handle. Is out handle. So we're gonna change that again. So this is something you should not be interested in, at least in that way. You should use accessor. Bool is out handle, which simply returns B is out handle. It's as simple as that. So drag and drop. Our call is out handle. Bam. Get graph keyframe. We don't need that. Right. That's the nice part of this. Okay. Now over here we have again a keyframe control. Get graph keyframe, and then like get I cannot access it, right? It's private. I have to have to add an accessor again. So SFIC graph view pointer get graph view returning graph view. Very simple and straightforward again. And then we say here get graph view instead of just graph view. Here. Here is the issue. Oh, that solves it. Next is again using function instead. And then we have your keyframe control. No. Get graph keyframe. And then we say get context. Get graph keyframe, get frame, get graph keyframe, get attribute, get graph keyframe, and then there is like context, so get context, yes, change this push change, okay, whew, sheesh. There you go. Can we now debug the crap out of it? Oh, boys. Whew. Whew. And with that, we just refactored a bit of the graph view, etc. So, like, we haven't made any progress, like, at all on the selection system for the freaking graph view. Oh, come on. Slate widget assets, keyframe control. Type name is not a member of keyframe control style. Who said it should be? Wait, what? Public F slate style. Slate widget style. Get resources and get type name. Get name of this method must be implemented by inherited structures. This method must be implemented. The fuck? Okay. I did something odd again. Ain't making sense, but odd. So override. Out brushes at auto brush. Now we got a lot of different brushes. Mirror brush, custom brush, linear brush, step brush, ease in out brush, default brush, handle brush, unset color, set color, changed color, and animated color. Oh wait, no, those are colors, not brushes. Okay, and type name, return text, FFIC keyframe, control style. I hope that solves it. And debug. Would be at least nice if it does. Don't need the constructor anymore. So now we are just waiting. Oh, come on. But I have added that stuff now. Oh. No, wait, it should be public. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Fucking kidding me? F slate button. F button style. So you expect me to do it that way? Are you serious? My goodness, okay. Static. Return style. Okay. So maybe something like that, and then we're gonna say text, keyframe control style. More like that. Then we got keyframe control style. Default style. Seems like when doing so. Goodies. That should do the trick. Where's the constructor? There it is. Okay, start copying it over. Works just fine. Good. Debug! 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 It's the debug alarm! Debug! 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 Debug alarm! Come on! Please just work. Less progress than I hoped that we will do today. Yes, yes, yes. Less progress than I hoped. Like I actually hope that we can pretty much finish or get the good base for the selection up and running, but sadly that was not the case. Gonna go sleep, so good night. Good night, Drachwax. Thank you very much for tuning in. See you next time. I hope next time will be Tuesday. We will see. Yeah. We also will end the stream soon. Default style. Did I say something? No, I probably didn't. So, yeah. So what did I check again here? Graph view, keyframe selection and interaction, and fixed boolean attribute and graph view. I mean, the idea is, so like this here mainly is something that is related to the drag and drop. That the resolution of the drag and drop and slow when you're really close to the values, when you have like a value range from -1 to 1, it's really hard, if not even impossible, to move a keyframe around. A Boolean keyframe at least, so that's something we're gonna have to fix, and this will be fixed because the fix I have in my head for the which probably fixes this issue is something that will be done anyway when we are working on this guy here, because then we also, like when we then have a selection and can drag it around, we also have to store some additional information that will be also necessary for our boolean here. And so these two, it looks to me at least that they are very close related to each other in regards on how to fix it. We also have like draggable 3D camera path, blah blah blah, not needed. Then maybe try to render sound. That's something we have to investigate and won't happen in a major update. Try to get MP4 export done. That's also something that won't happen in a major update, in huge update TM. Gives them a local global orientation switch. That's something, yeah, probably we will have a. I will have a look into that if I'm gonna add it to the huge update TM or not. More fancy camera settings. That's something that probably won't be added to the huge update TM and probably will be added later on. This here probably will be added to the huge update TM, but only as CLI. So like a rename scene and a copy scene. Then client only, without authority. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that, if there will be a huge update or not, because that's probably that will be probably rather tricky to do, and I think I want to get the update out soon, so I don't think I will add that to the huge update or not. I don't think I will add it to the huge update. Fix shortcuts in viewport to focus. Oh, actually. Boop. I just realized something. So the draggable, yeah, not no. Re-implement transactions undo. I don't think so. Gizmo local, I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna add it to do for now. So if I'm gonna make it to do, means something that will be happening for the huge update here. More fancy camera settings, probably not. Scene manager. Yes. No. Fix shortcuts in viewport. That's something that certainly has to be made sure. Scene center, last viewport settings persistency. Scene center. Oh yeah, that's something I want to have in there. Same as editor settings persistency. Replace scene objects in 3D space. I'm not sure. New editor style. Yes. Keyframe view. Yes. No attribute details and details panel. Yes, it's also gonna be in huge update TM. Particle system. Yes, that's also something that I want in there. Transform tools. Nah. I'm gonna add it for now, but I don't think. But I'm not quite sure about those. Drag and drop. That's probably something I want to do. Scene object reordering. That's something that has to be done. And better scene object discovery home panel. That's also something that's gonna be added. So. By the way, guys, you know what's really crazy? Like, the YouTuber Nile Red posted apparently a long-awaited video today, and I was shocked when I saw the length. This is like over 1 hour of chemistry goodness. My gosh. It's holy shit. What's it about? How to convert vinyl rubber gloves into hot sauce. He once converted those gloves into grape into like grape juice, grape tasting thingy majig, and the other part of those gloves he converts there apparently into hot sauce. I mean, I already know Nile Red for quite some time now, and I didn't expect there to be suddenly a 1 hour long video. I mean, he's on the longer side of things, like a half an hour or whatever of some really cool projects, or like 3/4 hours, but like then 1 hour I think is a new record. Have you seen the Nile Green videos? Yeah, obviously I have. It's amazing. The Nile Green videos. They like Nile Red made a rather new podcast with some other science dudes, like the Backyard Scientists, and two other dudes. And yeah, and the Nile Green guy was invited to that. So yeah, this is a great step for home scientists anywhere. And the Nile Green guy also announced Mark Rober isn't safe. I'm excited for the next video of the Nile Green guy. Fuck! Okay, what's the issue? Thanks. So... you know that this is null, right? So why the fuck? Whew. By the way, PPX, you know what the probably, in my opinion, the most difficult thing of FicsIt-Cam ever was to be implemented? You know what the most difficult thing is, in my opinion? I don't know. The render command? No. The render command was really easy. That was really easy. Like, it was surprisingly easy for the render command. Even considering the slowing down the animations and stuff, that also was rather easy. The most tricky part, in my opinion, was getting the viewport being surrounded by widgets instead of having widgets on top of the viewport, but having widgets around the viewport. That was, in my opinion, the most difficult thing to achieve. What do you mean around? You will see when, I guess you will see when we are in game. So like in the editor, when you go into the editor, you have like all these widgets, etc. around the widget where the game is rendered. And like, that is really, really hard to do. Like, it's very easy to get a widget on top of the viewport, but not to, like, around the viewport. That was really hard. At least in the case of investigating it, etc. I mean, now it runs, and that's pretty stable even, so I'm really happy. But like investigating it on how to get it to... I don't actually know what that means. Okay, so like we are... I will show you. Let's go into there. So if you go into the editor, so like this window here, this is the outer bounds of the viewport. And that I was able to insert widgets around the viewport. I mean, now they are even dockable, but like this is the whole viewport. There is nothing, like behind here, there is nothing rendered. It's really just this window here that's being rendered. That's the and that's the game viewport. This stuff here. And like I was able to inject it around, or like take the viewport and put it inside another widget to then create that, because there are some processes in there that make sure that it behaves how it should, and it was really hard to trick those systems into allowing me to do that here. That's super cool. Good work. Yeah, this was like one of the first things I did for FicsIt-Cam, because I hate it. Like that's why I hate that's something I really hate about the replay mod and whatnot. That the most of the UI was on top of the viewport, so I didn't really always had the full view on how it looks. And yeah, I don't want it. I don't want that. So this. Okay, so where did I left off? Right, selecting a camera. Crashes right away. Because I'm trying to access a keyframe. Where is say get the keyframes of the attribute, try to find it. Do you happen to know a lot about the render thread? No, I don't. But I'm slowly getting into it. It's happening slowly. But I would not say that I know a lot. Definitely not. But I'm slowly getting into it. So, what I want to do for now is keyframe. So like the dereferenced keyframe here. Until I get this here is returning a reference, I think. So when I do this here, yeah. I'm trying to copy a texture and my game is crashing with a 0xxx, which is nice, lol. You cannot copy the textures that easily because because what's happening probably is you're getting a texture pointer inside of the GPU and not inside of the CPU. So there are here and there some functions spread around for the different resource holders, which allow you to copy it into a CPU resource, essentially. Yeah, that was called read pixels, but I'm trying to copy it to an advanced encoder with the copy texture, which is fucked apparently. I'm not quite sure what an AV encoder is. AV encoder, anyways, doesn't matter, lol. Okay. The scene, like using the scene capture components and stuff they also have a different issue, by the way. So like, at least I'm not sure if you have solved it or not. At least I have experienced that issue that like some stuff related with I think gamma is it or what not are not really lined up with the game. So when you render it, like when you take an image with a scene capture component, it's not really it doesn't look the same as if it's directly in the real game viewport. And I haven't figured out why yet, though. Get off. Oh yeah, that goes away if you turn the vignette off. Okay. Is this something in a scene capture component, or? Active scene object manager. One moment. No, not in commands. Runtime, capture camera. Primitive random. LED distance factor, detail. Engine show flags. Post-process common. Post-process HMD. Vignette intensity F post-process settings. This is in the post-processes probably. Capture component. Sent you a picture. Got it. I copy that over from the camera view and the camera. Post process setting. Depth of field vignette song. I don't even know what a vignette is. I'm gonna have to Google that. How did you figure out that you had to disable that? Because I tried to look and search, but I wasn't able to find anything regarding that. Oh wait, before I do that, I'm gonna check the feeds. So start. Okay, camera. And fix feed stop. Okay, camera. Yes! Hooray! Okay, the stop function works. Okay. But wait, was the issue that like... Okay. Stop. Pick. Feed. Start. Okay, camera. Click play, okay. No more stopping your game. No more stopping your game. What do you mean, no more stopping your game? With the stop command. Okay, but it still does. But it only but the weird thing is, it only happens after I have played an animation. When I then stop it, when I then stop the feed. So the weird thing is, that's when I stop the feed, then it crashes with an assertion inside of a map. Like my command here, say feed, stop, send chat message, feed, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, and then like stop running process, stop runtime process, and I get like a pointer to that feed, and I stop that guy. So do the things, checking containers, need runtime process character, blah blah blah, stopping it. Stop the process. So what does a feed do? It then like goes into the stop, destroys, saves the window settings, destroys the window accordingly, disables some stuff, resets the resources, and done. And then we're done. But like, after that, something happens, and whatever it is, it complains. It just complains. And crashes the game accordingly, obviously. So, I mean, play scene, what do you do? So like, you're getting stopped and then even shut down. So, is it like get scene objects, and then like call the shutdown animation function accordingly. You shut down the active scene object manager. And now we're pretty much done. And we're pretty much done with it. Tick should never happen again, and we're done. Hmm. Like, where does it happen? Anyways, I kind of interrupted. What was saying with the gamma? No, I mean, you said it's probably the vignette. Like, so gonna check that out. What is the vignette? Obviously, I don't care about this kind of vignette. As a German, vignette is like this small little sticker you have to put on your car to like pay the toll for paying the toll in, for example, Austria or whatever. I care about the Unreal Engine vignette. What is it? What is that thing? Darkening in real life. Huh. Forget it. Test. So if I click on camera now, it still crashes. God damn it. Why are you crashing? Why? Okay, actually, I don't think it is what I meant. It's actually probably something else. It's creating emotional damage, that is why. My heart is broken. Wait, what? Use of undeclared identified dynamic pixel to world scale? Bitte, please, what? What the fuck? This get keyframes function is supposed to return keyframes. And I then try to find those based on the given frame. So frame is 1. I try to find a keyframe at frame 1. That's all there is to it. If I'm not able to find it, I return null pointer. That's essentially it. But if I were able to find it, I'm gonna dereference that pointer and return the t-shirt ref that results out of it. It all makes sense. But over here, when I do that, it doesn't work. I say like call get keyframe, and this get keyframe then calls attribute get keyframes. So it goes into the float attribute, and then it returns this keyframes map here, and then it gets a couple of keyframes, and then I try to find in that map there are like at frame 1 a keyframe, which is this keyframe here apparently. So, and then I get a pointer to that value, to that fig float keyframe. Here, this t-shirt ref of a fig float keyframe. But I don't get it, which is weird. Because that's what I should get here. But it doesn't seem that I get it. I'm gonna check the float keyframe pretty quick, the float attribute pretty quickly. Like, get keyframes. So this function here returns then add keyframes, fig frame, t-shirt ref, have a keyframe. Based on that, it then creates like those trampolines, which I'm fine with. This is totally fine with me. But like, I want to get those. But like, when I'm using it down here, it just complains. It complains, and complains. It complains more and more and more. Actually, hold on. Why are we here getting an effic editor attribute bool? It's like over here, we say, yeah, we get a keyframe. So like, in this get keyframe does stuff on ourself, and ourself is initialized with an attribute that is a float key, like that is a float attribute. Where does the bool attribute come from? Like, what the fuck? Something doesn't add up here. Sfig graph view keyframe. This gets created by the graph view somewhere down here. Update here. I give this, and then I get an attribute. And then I keyframe get, and then I say keyframe key. So that's this guy here. But like, get an attribute which is an editor attribute base, and then from the editor attribute base I get the attribute, which is this here, a reference, and I pass this reference to the construct function of my GraphView keyframe. And my GraphView keyframe copies that over into my attribute. All making sense. So what the fuck is going on? I also found that if the primitive random mode and capture source aren't set correctly, the image come out look funky. Yeah. I have two such weird bugs here. I'm so fucking annoyed. You cannot imagine how annoyed I am. Oh my goodness. Why? Just why? The one with the scene makes for nice features. I just need to find the camera metrics. Scene dev? Oh. I just want to get this here working. Like, why are those not simply doing what they are supposed to do? I'm gonna make it now using freaking pointers. Maybe that helps. Maybe it doesn't. At this point I have to admit I don't care. Maybe the compiler does some weird stuff there. Like, it should just simply... Isn't there an access for use play? Bill is animated. Return B use play. I just want to try out something. Get camera. So is animated. I'm gonna do that. Otherwise, I want to try to get first. I want to get a world. Get first player controller. Camera. Play camera manager. Get camera. Get play get character. Get camera. Have I ever tried to do that? I'm not sure. AFG. FSC edit tests. Whew. Weird. Guys, I will be right back and we're gonna investigate a little bit more and then we're probably gonna hit the stream. But I'm gonna make a short break. We'll be right back. So, back again. Let's have a look at the weirdness. So, if I go into the keyframes, I thought I have added a breakpoint there. Hi, back again. I'm Hacks. Hello, Hacks. Okay, so we got a key. This is just utter weird. You know, it's just simply weird. Okay, so can I camera get cinematic camera component? Returns the cinematic camera substructure used in photo mode. Use that. So for that I get a UFG Xena camera component. I mean, maybe it works, but I still don't get it. Like, why do they have this? Start delayed destruction. Reset to default. Focus track. Set aperture. Set manual focus distance. Settings. Diaphragm blade count. Min focal length. I guess they're just gonna copy the data. So what's the issue now? Cannot convert to incomplete type. Huh? Why was I muted? Since when was I muted? The fuck? Well, anyway, so shrubbity shrub face. We got that now. Green, proceed. Why was I muted? I'm Hex. The fuck? What do you want from me, Hex? The weird thing is that, like, the previous keyframe thingy here works. It's just that this get keyframe thing here doesn't. Dad jokes. Okay, I'm not a dad. I cannot relate, like, at all. I'm very sorry. Okay, so if I see, right, so start, okay, camera. Create hashtag, okay, camera, no valid C name. What are you talking about? What? Why? There is somewhere something that does some weird things with memory. What is this shit? I hate this. I just absolutely hate it. Why is it doing that? Why? Just why? So if we get a test, would be that. No. Can I say delete? Okay, camera. I need to find scene. Fig, feed, stop. Okay, camera. Is not current. Come on, fig, feed, delete. Okay, camera. Finally, okay. So fig, create. No, fig, feed, create. Oh, this time I'm gonna use hashtag. Okay, camera. Now I say fig, feed, create. Okay, camera. I'm gonna say fig, feed, start, hashtag. Okay, camera. Why? Oh, okay, so cinematic camera component is null. Okay. Nice, the auto off feature. Auto off feature? Which auto off feature? Oh, yeah, sure. What is calc camera? I just want to find the freaking camera. Get component. View camera component. Static class. This is, I don't know, camera component. Weird things happening. Let me try to find something. Content, resources, source. No. It's like, so by the way, because you asked previously because of the gamma thing. So the issue is like saved images look washed out, essentially. In this case here at least. And I'm not quite sure why. We're converting the images before saving. How do you mean? From RGBA to RGB. I'm not quite sure actually. Choop choop. Tickety tuck. The fuck? Oh, I remember. Okay. I accidentally pressed F12 while the game was running. Or in this case, it's BGRA to BGR. Give me a second. I mean, I'm saving it as a JPEG anyway. So... is it in here where... okay, that's just the compression. It seems. So render. I'll have to investigate if mine are washed out as well, but I don't think they are. Yeah, I was also not. To me at first, I mean, to me it doesn't have looked that washed out, but like especially in some lighting conditions, it's then apparently is relatively obvious in our darker room or whatever. Could be due to the vignette, doesn't have to. If I see edit. Now, what I wanted to was like feed, create, hashtag, okay, camera, start, feed, start, okay, camera, fic, feed, start. Okay, camera. Yeah, okay, that's now a bit troublesome. So, I mean, comparing will be a bit difficult this way, I think. Probably best if I like reduce this guy here and then compare those two like right next to each other. I mean, we have some different field of views, it seems. Can I options? Video. Need like 90 or something. So you can definitely see a difference, right? On the other side, it's clearer, definitely. That could simply be due to some resolution settings. So, but like washed out? I'm not quite sure about washed out. Build mode was alright. I can only build zoop sideways. Or what? I cannot zoop upwards. Not good. Add different colors in the evening, and the all of the returns kind of orange. So like this one is definitely a lot darker. Like, definitely. But like this time it's not even rendering. This is like directly from texture target onto the image thing. So why is this? Why is this? What is the difference that causes it to look like that? I copy the player's texture target directly. No, I'm not. And that's not what I want. Like, I want to make my scene capture component to look the exact same as from the player. So, but as you can see, that's not the case. And this makes sense because, like, for saving files, I think there was somewhere a gamma setting. I don't know, I don't quite remember where it was, but there was somewhere a gamma setting. Which I used to change a bit to like get rid of their target gamma up here. So like I changed the this target gamma a bit to get this darkness out of the way, but it seems like that, and that probably creates the washed out effect. Changing the gamma there. So I probably should try to figure out why it's so dark. But like, what I have read usually in the forums was that tinkering with the gamma is what I should try. So, bit weird. A bit weird. Okay, so if I go into edit test now. Oh yeah, okay, I mean, that makes sense. That's my fault. Okay. Wait, before we do that. I mean, for now, we can try to change the gamma a bit. No, wait, I mean, I'm using a capture camera here, so I'm changing the... Okay, so I use this. And here... this was a setting on the render target gamma. And here, render target format is RGBA. So... Capture camera. Render target gamma equals to... Is there a setting in the G engine? There's like this display gamma thing. Which is the current display gamma value. Maybe it gets initialized with that. It can definitely be the case, so I don't know. As in some of my pictures. No, I think yours are also a bit darker in the other thing. Being honest, I think they look darker. It looks similar to on how I see it. It's probably that you see it more extreme because I'm streaming or whatever. That something happens there with some compression or whatever. So. But to me, I think it looks rather similar on how it looks to me. And they don't look really the same, in my opinion. Will override F texture render target 2D resource get display gamma if bigger than 0. Okay, if bigger than 0. Okay, so it probably is default to 0 then. Oh. Wait, what was it again? If it's not animated, okay. No. I think I made it worse. I think I made it worse. So breakpoint. In attribute. Seems like a proper float attribute with some keyframes in there, with some proper float keyframes. Okay. Now let's have a look at the this pointer. The this pointer also attribute. Fic attribute here. Some keyframes. The fallback value. Proper frame there. Looking good to me. Graph view also seems to be pretty good. I mean, we don't have any children yet, but we are creating one right now. This is literally in the creation function when we create the children in the update function there. We set the main handle. Okay. So, and what we do now is we're gonna say get the keyframe. Give me the keyframe. So we jump into here. Now, this attribute is still a good keyframe. Looking good to me. So now we're gonna jump to the next thing. And here we now got a keyframe. But if you look at that, why is the object 0? Why is there literally nothing in there? I get it. Oh my goodness, I get it. I fucking get it, guys. My goodness, I get it.
I don't want it. This is so stupid.
Okay. Let me explain. So, get keyframes returns a tmap, but a copy of a tmap. I can access the find function, and the find function then returns a pointer. This pointer points into the tmap we got returned by the get keyframes function. What is wrong with that? Well, after we have found the pointer and returned the pointer, the get keyframes tmap gets destroyed. So that means this pointer runs invalid. So what I have to do is the following thing. Because then after we get the keyframes, it doesn't get destroyed. It stays there. It stays in the scope of the get keyframe function. My goodness. This is some C weirdness, you could say. Hold on. Okay. Capture camera. So set the target. I mean, I can deactivate that. I can deactivate that. I can deactivate that. I also can deactivate that. But I need the render scene primitives and the final color LDR. I just simply need those. Oh right, wait. Oh wait, no, I have to copy the data over. Whatever. Ignore my little shock thingy there. Oh. It's still not good. It's still too dark. Why is it so dark? Why is it so goddamn dark? Explain to me. Please. My goodness. Without the temporal AA, Jesus Christ, it's grainy. This is grainy, holy shit, okay. Don't want that. No. Boop. Hooray. Oh my goodness, look at that. Okay, so the keyframe handles work. That's cool. Okay, but we cannot drag those around yet. But the keyframe handles work. Cool. That's good. Can we and like they show this stuff and yeah, okay, general interaction doesn't work, so maybe that's why it's bugged out. Look at that beauty of a button over there. of the of this active button there. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Okay, okay. Sure. What data do you copy? Hex. What data do you copy from which camera, or are you using the default values of the scene capture? I haven't used the default values yet. Yeah. Are you actually still here, Hex? Oh, I don't have the on mouse button down or up events here. That's probably why it doesn't work. Gonna have to look at the difference. On mouse button down and on mouse button up. If reply on mouse down, virtual F reply on mouse button up. Trade definition. Trade definition. Return F reply handled. Drag. Detect drag. Shared this. And over here, mouse button, F key. Left, E keys, left mouse button. Okay, I guess Hex is not here anymore, huh? Detect drag as shared left mouse button. Like that. Beautiful. Was there a on drag detected now? There should have been an on drag detected. No. No, there it is. Every reply handled. Virtual F reply on drag detected. Generate definition. Return F reply unhandled. Or handled? I think it was handled. Doesn't really matter. Debug. Have you tried to copy the tone map from the viewport to the camera? I have not. Camera capture component. I mean, how do I even change a tone map, you know? Is this something in the post-processing settings? There's a tone curve amount. The effective tone curve to be reduced. Set tone curve amount and expand amount to 00 fully. I mean, this looks like color gamma midtones, offset saturation midtones. But like this copy camera data copies all the post-processing settings from a camera, and we used the camera component, so this apparently was not what we cared about. Mouse button. Up. Oh, yeah, so this is not keyframe control, this is graph view keyframe. Graph view. Graph view keyframe. No, wait, hold on. No. Wait. Not zoom. Not zooming. But here, it's graph view. There you go. Why is it 2 times in there even, by the way? Anyway, it's just return the freaking keyframe. Have it tried to... This takes too long, I'm gonna comment that out. So like, I don't even know how to do a tone map thingy. So... let's Google Unreal Engine scene component different from viewport. Isn't it supposed to be like a chart? Scene capture component different from viewport. If I explain my hair, I'm trying to figure out why the scene capture is slightly different color than what I see in the primary view when the camera is placed at almost the exact same position. Below an example taken from a realistic rendering demo and demonstrate what I'm seeing. I created this by placing the scene capture detail and pointing at the render target and configured for post-process HDR capture. Why HDR? You should be LDR, I think. As you can see, the color is really close to the primary view, but not quite the same. The scene capture looks a little bit richer. Is it texture editor? Post-process one actor camera with automatic exposure. Scene capture, do you have own post-process system? This very complex effect, and you need to match scene post-process and scene capture post-process and adjust target gamma parameter. You not get but it will look very similar. Yeah, that's something I'm aware of. Except that it doesn't use the post-process volumes. That's interesting. That's interesting. Scene capture 2D inherits the same post-process volume settings as the player camera because the camera is positioned within the post-process volume. Okay, if you say so. Marking with the camera, I definitely get it closer, but it's not personally identical. This is something else specific to rendering to texture that's different from rendering the main viewport. Are there other global output settings, and where do I find them? Find the target gamma for the main viewport. Thanks. Hey there. Yes, I know what you mean. It sucks bad. I'm currently investigating the problem in the coders. Also happens in UE410. I don't think that scene capture component would have tweaking stuff if you have the exact post-processing settings and position as your main camera. It should have the same exact result, hence the capture name. Unless we're missing something. Would be great if someone from the UE team could shed some light on this matter. Blah, blah. Did you ever solve this? Epic have just added motion blur temporal AA support to scene capture actors, but it means the capture source has to be final color LDR, unfortunately. Like you, I can get similar result by increasing the render target gamma, but it feels a really dirty approach. Scene capture cube, everything is in default. Try drift mode and scene color. So just the gamma value in the texture settings. Render reframe just renders a texture reframe. Here tried not using legacy mode and final color. Have slate application, get game viewport. I'm not done yet. Render target texture. Can I change the gamma here? No. I just have now the slate resource. Thanks. But I don't have the gamma value. Hashtag, okay. Ah, damn it! Now it's over there again. That's not ideal. Fuck. Nope. It's still so extremely dark. Very annoying. Very annoying. Okay, does... By the way, let me save that. So if I have the camera like that. Yay! Okay, interacting here works now. Also, even with those keyframes here. Great. That's good. That's really good. So look at that. Boop. And falling through the world. That's the spirit. Okay. G engine, get this ball. I mean. Guys, we're gonna end the stream now. So, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed it at least a little bit. We did a little bit of progress. We refactored mostly the graph view. We fixed some bugs. Yeah, we fixed some bugs here and there, and yep, that's about it, sadly. As said, I wanted to do more, but didn't get it to work, so yeah. It's the bugs did nothing. Just be quiet already. Let's see who we gonna raid. Twitchity Twitch. Twitchity Twitchity Twitch. Twitchy Twitchy Twitch. Twitchly Twitch 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 Twitch. Nobody's online who I know. Guess we're gonna do the old-fashioned end then. So guys, then I guess everything that is left to say is I was Karol from Kodori from Mr. Bites and say bye bye until next time, and as always, keep coding.